Morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you today to the professional meeting focused on artists around film labs. And as some of you know, I'm Bettina Korten, the International Coordinator of the SA's Periférico Film Festival here in Coruña. And we are here today to bring together some of the most important and most active film labs. The film laboratories that we are going to talk about today are run by artists and organized in a collective, cooperative way. Collective, cooperative, and collaborative, everything. and they continue to work with celluloid film and with the main goal to be a production center, work, to progress, and print and educate. Collective, working with self-management and co-op strategies. Some of these laboratories have been operating for more than 15 years. Using a wide net of contacts, these centers are receiving a lot of positive feedback, both internally and internationally. And with the help of this international collaboration, it can continue to reach its goal to producing images in the celluloid film format. And today, we are glad to welcome here Juan David González Monroy from Labor Berlin, located in Berlin, Germany. Then Daichi Saito and Malena Schlam from Double Negative in Montreal, Canada. Clara Rabat, who used to work at Worm Filmwerkplaats in Rotterdam, Netherlands. Nicolas Rey from L'Abominable, located in Paris, France. And Luis Macias and Adriana Villa from the Creator Lab in Barcelona, Spain. The presentation of every lab will last more or less half an hour, 40 minutes, including a short screening, which every film lab shows some works realized in the laboratory. And now we start with the first presentation of Juan David González Monroy. Hello. And the second presentation will be the presentation of Clara Rabat, talking about her experience at the Worm Filmwerkplaats in Rotterdam. So let's go.
Yeah. Yay. I have a question. Should I do it in English, Spanish, English? Okay. Okay. German? No. Okay, so yeah, I think the plan is I'll try to go quickly, explain a little bit what the lab is. I don't think we have a lot of time. Also, we're going to try to show some work, so maybe I won't talk too much, and at the end, during the discussion period, we'll have more time to go over like details if people have questions and stuff. Yeah, like Bettina said, well, first of all, thank you to the festival, and thank you for everybody who's organizing this and for having us here. The labs. So yeah, like Bettina said, we're a film collective based in Berlin, and the idea of the lab is to have a space that's open to anybody that wants to work with film, analog film, Super 8, 16, 35. Motion picture film. I can do a little bit of the history quickly. The collective started in 2005, which means that next year will be our 10th year anniversary. And it started based off a Film Labs meeting that had taken place also in 2005 in Brussels. People that had gone there came back to Berlin and decided they wanted to have a film lab, a collective space to work in. And from there, in the sort of Berlin community, this group of people got together from all sorts of backgrounds to start a space. And then from 2005 until 2009, it was sort of itinerant. It was in different spaces, people's houses, bathtubs, showers, parks, until finally in 2009 we found the space where we are now, which is this one. Yeah, I don't know if you can see, kind of, it's a bit bright. So this is the space where the lab is, and since then it truly is like Labor Berlin, even before it had a different name. Yeah, the idea is that it's a space open to whoever want. We work on a membership basis. Yeah, this is how the lab looks right now. I think I took this picture yesterday or the day before. It's based in an old swimming pool in Berlin. It used to be a community pool, which was abandoned. This is typical in Berlin. There's a lot of spaces that were left open, empty. It was taken over by some people to set up some artist studios. And in 2009, we were able to get the space. I think it used to be the changing rooms, or there was a sauna there too. So that's why you see that it has a lot of these baldosas, like all the stuff there in the walls. And yeah, so this is the sort of our main room in the lab. This is where we meet. There on the side you can see all our fridges where we keep film, all our film. Back there in the back is that's a negative cutting table, and way in the back there's an animation table, some Steam decks. So it's very sort of put together, as it's not, so it looks, if you've been to a professional lab, this is clearly not a professional lab. This is our, like the, I would say like the heart of the lab, the actual wet lab. It's the room back there that you see. So that's where we develop. We sort of set up that room. You can see there's a bathtub there. That's where there used to be a bath in there. And right here, this big machine, that's our contact printer, which we actually got from L'Abominable, the lab that Nicola represents, which is, so that's a big part of how these labs function. I sure will go over that more, but there's a lot of sharing, not just knowledge, but equipment. So yeah, this is where we print film, where we mix our chemistry there on those. We have some little machines to mix chemistry. This is the actual dark room. And because we're a sort of collective lab, we're not, and what we can do up to now, we do all the processing by hand. So there on the side you see a tank, a spiral, and yeah, this is where we do all our processing. Yeah, where else can I? Yeah, and that's like a very boring picture of chemistry, unless you like chemistry, and then it's a great picture. Chemistry pornography. So there, if for people that know, like this is basically all the things we can do. So we can do, and this is like technical stuff, but we can do like color reversal, black and white reversal, color negative, black and white negative, color print film. So basically, pretty much every process that you can do with motion picture film, we were doing at the lab, with varying degrees of success, but we can do all the process. Well, this is switched. I don't know if I can. Doesn't matter. You can tilt your head. Yeah, this is an animation table. It's a Russian animation table, and it's a really big monster of a machine that we got. And yeah, before it used to be in somebody's house, and then finally we were able to put it in there. And recently, a lot of work we've been doing with this machine to make films, to shoot titles, to do all sorts of things. We have different cameras for it. And one of the films I'll show, the second film, was done entirely on this machine. So that's why I brought a picture, that it might be, so you would know. This also flipped, but this is a sort of work in progress of setting up an optical printer. It's a machine to copy film optically. And yeah, I don't know if you can tell, but yeah, it's a work in progress. So that's also part of what we do with the lab, is trying to get better equipment, um, better quality, get more knowledge basically. So in terms of how the lab actually works, like I said, it's based on membership. We have about 40 members now, which are, it's sort of in a ups and downs in terms of membership. Sometimes in the year we get more people, sometimes people leave, sometimes there's less. But there's a core of about 20 people that have been around, that are very active in the lab. And this core is the ones that are always trying to improve. The lab has a sort of horizontal structure, so non-hierarchical. There's no boss or anything. Everybody's on the same. Once you come into the lab, you have the same say and vote as everybody else. That's probably one of the most important aspects of the lab, because, yeah, first of all, it's not a business, and second of all, it doesn't have this sort of hierarchy of people that are in charge or telling other people what to do. Basically, everything gets decided by the group. We have a meeting once a month to decide on the different topics, and then all the different aspects of the lab, the responsibilities are shared by the group on a voluntary basis. So there's a person that's in charge of chemistry, there's a person that's in charge of membership, there's a person that's in charge of equipment, and this kind of stuff. Then the other aspect of the lab that we've been able to do, or that's sort of happened, is this sort of, you could say, like educational aspect. Mostly it's the idea that we want to also share the knowledge and expand it. And because we're in Berlin and the community there is very international, we've been lucky to be able to teach workshops in a lot of different places, like internationally. So, for example, this photo here is from a project where we were invited to do something in Vienna, to set up a sort of mobile lab and cinema in a bus, and shoot Super 8 and 16 and develop it. This was, we were developing in a park. These are like lab members, Sophie and Minze. And so things like that. And then we've also tried to support like projects of people that want to start new labs. I think this is also part of how this whole network works. It's very much based on supporting all the other labs and then inviting people to come and participate. And so the idea of it is that it's very open. So right now there's a project that we're doing, supporting a lab initiative in Cairo, in Egypt. Actually, there's a big workshop associated with that that's happening next week, where some of us are going to Cairo to shoot film and develop and make projects for about 2 weeks. And there's been also with that, there's been also a lot of collaboration between labs in terms of workshops. So a few years ago, there was one project between a lab in Athens and us, where it was also a week or so of shooting, making films in Athens. And then there's been other workshops in different places. Like, yeah, that's a big part of it. And then recently, we've also starting to do more workshops in our lab. We also have, also because it's Berlin and it's sort of an attractive place to go, we get a lot of traffic from other filmmakers and from other artists. And then when they're in town, we try to help them show their work, and more important for us, to bring their knowledge and share it with us and do workshops and teach us like things they can do. So in terms of actually a lot of how the lab has been able to progress in the past few years is because of people that have come by and shown us how to do things and taught us things, and this has been really helpful. So for example, like we've had filmmakers that have come, and when we set up the contact printer, that was because some filmmakers came. They had a similar machine, they knew how to use it, and they helped us get it running. Let's see. What else can I say? Yeah. What else? I mean, that's kind of basically how we work in the space. Yeah. Yeah, we also try to do a screening once a year, like a big event where we show works that are being done at the lab. We call it Diffracción. There's a poster for there back there. Can't really see it, but that's also part of what we're trying to do, to be able to try to share the works that are done at the lab. And yeah, that's kind of like the rosy picture. It's also very difficult, and there's a lot of complications, especially like in terms of working in a group and that. But maybe that we can address in the discussion of all the challenges, because there are a lot. But yeah, I think maybe I'll then say a little bit then of what I'll show. Make it fast. So I brought 3 films from people in the lab. The thing about the lab is we don't have a sort of like an aesthetic plan or some sort of aesthetic ideal, because it's also, I think, because it's Berlin and our members come from all sorts of backgrounds, all sorts of ages, all sorts of interests. The people are doing very different kinds of things. The thing about it is that how the lab works is you can just go and do your work, and the support that comes from the other members is more to help you realize whatever your vision is or whatever you want to do. So we don't have a lot of people that are doing like collective films or that sort of thing. It's more that we help each other make what people want to do. There's people that work in groups and make films together. There's partnerships, but the idea of the space is very much that the space is there for you to be able to do what you have in your mind. So I brought one short film from one of our members, Guillaume Caillot. It's a black and white film. It's about 3 minutes long. And that film he shot, he was working for the Peterbrook Theater Company. He shot it in a theater, I think in Argentina, if I'm not mistaken. The second film I brought is from a member that has been in the lab, not very long, but he's become very active. And he's been really active trying to actually try to do things with everything we have, like kind of really see what the machines can do. So he made a film, it's called A Color Study, and yeah, it's a film that actually was completely made at the lab, which is something that we've only been able to do very recently since we got our contact printer. There's still a lot of processes that we can't do at the lab because we don't have the machines that we would need to do that, like for example work with sound. That's one of the bigger challenges for all the labs in a way, and only a few of them I think have reached the level where they're working with sound. I think La Bobinable is one of them, and Rotterdam, but where they're able to make optical soundtracks and that. So in a way we're also still dependent of some professional labs. In Berlin there's still one professional lab that does all the processing of every kind, Super 8, 1635 sound. So we do have a sort of weird symbiotic relationship with that lab. Yeah, so that film was done in that animation table I showed, and with the contact printer, working on very different stocks and shooting and copying in different ways, developing in different ways. And then the last film is a film I made last year. It's never been screened, so this will be like the world premiere. And I won't say that much about it in terms that it sort of has some basic elements of what film can do. And yeah, I don't know if are we doing any questions now, or we just wait for the end? Okay. Yeah, so we'll show the films.
What went wrong? Don had an idea.
I think we've got to talk one at a time. That's right. We don't quit talking at the same time, we won't get anywhere. Let's go to piano. You're still not talking one at a time. I think we've got to take turns, not talk when anyone else does. Then who gets to talk first?
Don thought it over. He remembered how it had been in school. There, when someone wanted to talk, he raised his hand. Usually, whoever raised his hand first got to talk first. Of course, this was different from school.
I don't think that we have to raise our hands, but why don't we make sure the person before is finished? Okay. Can I talk now? Yeah. What I want to say is, I don't know why you want us to get together. We've already got scout meetings and our ball team. Listen, we don't have a chance to think we have. Wait, let's let Phil talk first. Why not me? Because Don is running this meeting. It's his house.
That's one way of deciding. Because Don was running the meeting, he had to do a lot of the talking.
Now listen, this won't have anything to do with Scout. It'll cost a dime. It won't have anything to do with the ball team. I mean, we'll have a regular meeting, but not the same day as Edison.
What was that about? Don seemed to be talking about several things all at once.
Why don't we talk first about what day we're going to meet? School's going to start soon, and a lot of us will have to be home by 5.
Bill is talking about only one thing, meeting times. The only way to get anything done is to talk about one thing at a time.
It's home after school. And Marvin has to go to a special class after his regular school. Is that right, Marvin? You don't have to go every day, do you? No, just Tuesday and Thursday. Can't you talk louder? I can't hear. I said no. Just Tuesday and Thursday.
That was better. Loud enough for all to hear, but not too loud. And it seemed that the boys had learned a few things about talking.
Then we go fishing at the old creek.
Most of them tried to take turns, and each tried to make sure someone else wasn't talking before he began. And when 2 boys wanted to talk, they let Don decide who would talk first. Though it was hard to do, the boys tried to talk about one thing at a time. And whoever was talking tried to talk loud enough. This made things easier for the boys, and it kept them from disturbing Don's sister Alice and her friends in the next room. Alice was teaching Margot and Virginia to play her new game.
First, you spin a number. Then, whatever number comes up, you move that many spaces ahead. If you land on a green square, you get an extra turn, and you spin again. If you land on a blue square, you stay there. But if you land on a red square, you take a card. That lets you know what to do next. Okay? It's your turn, Margot.
Well, Alice talked about one thing at a time, and she talked loud enough for the others to hear. So Margot should have known what to do if she'd been listening.
Oh, that's not right. You only take a card if you land on red.
Why the mistake? Margot thought she knew.
I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't listening.
Listening can be important. What's the use of talking clearly if the people you're talking to don't know how to listen? But how do you listen? Alice and her friends learned something about this as they talked about the game.
Now, in this part of the game, you're supposed to say the number of cards you're going to pick. The person to the right of the last player card, and now let me go right for you to take 3. Please, don't talk while Alice is explaining.
A person can't listen well and talk at the same time. So a good listener is quiet while others speak. The girls wanted to learn the game, so they tried to be quiet and to listen.
I was saying, I spin one, then you spin one. Whoever spins the highest number gets to move ahead 10 spaces. Whoever spins the lowest number has to move back 10. The others don't move at all. I'm sorry, Margaret, but that noise bothers me. It's hard to listen to what Alice is saying. I guess I never thought of it that way before. I'll stop. Well, go ahead about the game. I guess that's all I can remember now. Do you have any questions? Yes. You said whoever spins the lowest number has to go back 10 spaces. Does that mean 10 spaces from where you are when you spin, or 10 spaces from where you would be if you took your... Alice, are you listening? Yes. Well, I'm sorry, but it feels funny to talk with you looking the other way.
So Alice looked right at Virginia as she talked, and she found that it really seemed to help Virginia speak. Alice thought about that, and about other things she and her friends had said about listening. And as the game went on, she tried to be quiet while others were talking, to pay attention, not play or do anything else at the same time, and to look at the person who was talking. A few minutes ago, the boys had also learned some things about talking and listening. Things you might want to remember when you're with your friends or your family. For instance, riding in a car. It's especially important to speak loud enough, but not too loud. Loud talk can be disturbing to the driver. At dinner, too, it's good to take turns talking. When something important has happened and you're excited, you might try to say a lot at once. But remember, it's better to talk about one thing at a time. When you're shopping and want to learn about what you're buying, of course you should listen while others speak. And you know, it's easier to learn something new if you look at a person who's talking and stop doing other things. Perhaps watching Don and Alice and their friends, you've learned something too. Something about talking, letting others know what you think, and listening, learning the things that others may have to say.
What went wrong? Don had an idea. I think we got to talk one at a time. That's right. We don't quit talking at the same time, we won't get anywhere. It's going to be an uproar. What say? Why, what say? No, wait, you're still not talking one at a time. I think we got to take turns. Not talk when anyone else does. Some just talk first. Don thought it over. He remembered how it had been in school. There, when someone wanted to talk, he raised his hand. Usually whoever raised his hand first got to talk first. Of course this was different from school. I don't think that we have to raise our hands, but why don't we make sure the person before us finished? Okay. Can I talk now? Yeah, okay. What I want to say is, I don't know why you want us to get together. We've already got scout meetings and the ball team. It's wait a minute, what do I, and we don't have to change, wait, let's let Bill talk first. Why not me? Because Don is running this meeting. It's his house. That's one way of deciding. Because Don was running the meeting. He had to do a lot of the talking. Now listen, this won't have anything to do with scouts, the cost of dinner. It won't have anything to do with the ball team. I mean, we're having a regular meeting. It's not the same thing as other things. What was that about? Don seemed to be talking about several things all at once. Why don't we talk first about what day we're going to meet? School's going to start soon, and a lot of us are going to have to be home by 5. Bill is talking about only one thing, meeting times. The only way to get anything done is to talk about one thing at a time. I have to go home after school and Marvin has to go to a special class at his regular school. Is that right, Marvin? You don't have to go every day, do you? No, just Tuesday and Thursday. Can't you talk louder? I can't hear. I said, no, just Tuesday and Thursday. That was better. Loud enough for all to hear, but not too loud. And it seemed that the boys had learned a few things about talking. Most of them tried to take turns, and each tried to make sure someone else wasn't talking before he began. And when two boys wanted to talk, they let Don decide who would talk first. Though it was hard to do, the boys tried to talk about one thing at a time. And whoever was talking tried to talk loud enough. This made things easier for the boys, and it kept them from disturbing Don's sister Alice and her friends in the next room. Alice was teaching Margot and Virginia to play her new game. First you spin a number. Then whatever number comes up you move that many spaces ahead. If you land on a green square, you get an extra turn, and you spin again. If you land on a blue square, you stay there, but if you land on a red square, you take a card. That lets you know what to do next. Okay? It's your turn, Margot. Well, Alice talked about one thing at a time, and she talked loud enough for the others to hear. So Margot should have known what to do if she'd been listening. That's not right. You only take a card if you land on red. Why the mistake? Margot thought she knew. I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't listening. Listening can be important. What's the use of talking clearly if the people you're talking to don't know how to listen? How do you listen? Alice and her friends learned something about this as they talked about the game. Now in this part of the game you're supposed to say the number of cards you're going to pick the last time I pick the person to the right the last time. And then we go around and you just take 3, please. Don't talk while Alice is explaining. A person can't listen well and talk at the same time. So a good listener is quiet while others speak. The girls wanted to learn the game, so they tried to be quiet and to listen. I was saying, I spin once, then you spin once. Whoever spins the highest number gets to move ahead 10 spaces. Whoever spins the lowest number has to move back 10. The others don't move at all. Sorry, Margot, but that noise bothers me. It's hard to listen to what Alice is saying. I guess I never thought of it that way before. I'll stop. Well, go ahead about the game. I guess that's all I can remember now. Do you have any questions? Yes. You said whoever spins the lowest number has to go back 10 spaces. Does that mean 10 spaces from where you were when you spin? Or 10 spaces from where you would be if you took your Alice? Are you listening? Yes. Well, I'm sorry, but it feels funny to talk with you looking the other way. So Alice looked right at Virginia as she talked. And she found that it really helped Virginia speak. Alice thought about that and about other things that she and her friends had said about listening. And as the game went on, she tried to be quiet while others were talking. To pay attention. Not play or do anything else at the same time. And to look at the person who was talking. A few minutes ago the boys had also learned a few things about talking and listening. Things you might want to remember when you're with your friends or your family. For instance, riding in a car. It's especially important to speak loud enough, but not too loud. Loud talk can be disturbing to the driver. At dinner too, it's good to take turns talking. When something important has happened and you're excited, you might try to say a lot at once, but remember it's better to talk about one thing at a time. When you're shopping and want to learn about what you're buying, of course you should listen while others speak. And you know it's easier to learn something new if you look at a person who's talking and stop doing other things. Perhaps watching Don and Alice and their friends, you've learned something too. Something about talking. Letting others know what you think, and listening. Learning the things that others may have to say.
Now we go on with the presentation of Clara Rabat.
Hi, first of all, I would like to thank you for the festival. I'm very happy to be here. I'm going to follow more or less like the structure Juan followed with his presentation. I'm going to explain a little bit the origin from the firmware plats and how I got involved. And also a little bit how it's been changing. You will see now when I talk, like it had like a really big structure change in the last 2 years. The Filmware Platz is a film lab based in Rotterdam. It was founded by Esther Urlus in a collaboration with a cultural institution from Rotterdam called WORM. WORM has like the film lab, also has a sound lab and a media lab, and basically they organize events, workshops, and there's lots of things going on there. So WORM used to get a lot of funding from the Dutch government, and that way they will support the Filmware Platz and the other labs in the same building. Since in 2012, Netherlands started to cut really heavy in culture, so WORM had to make some cuts also inside the structure, and one of the cuts was the Filmware Platz. So we didn't get supported anymore by them. So Esther Urlus, who founded the lab in 2000, sent an email to all the people who was going often to the lab to follow workshops. And she proposed that actually we could form a new association and become a collective. So we met all together and we just discussed how it was gonna work out, like without that funding. And actually from that bad situation, something very good came, which was a member association. First of all, we were like about 15 people, and slowly it got bigger and bigger. Right now we are like about 30 members. About 10 of us are quite actively involved. So luckily we could stay in the same building where WORM is and keep all the equipment and everything Esther collected during the past 10 years. So the next step was to see how were we going to take care of the place. So we kind of decided who was going to take care of each thing. So for example, I'm taking care of the social media, there's people taking care of the chemistry, another person is taking care of the machines, like projectors, and keeping the place tidy. What else? There's other people in charge of promotion, and yeah, so there's one person for each thing. Also, what came out from this new association was 4 projects where we all work together. I'm going to go quickly through them. One of the projects is called Side of Sound, and for this project we actually had 1 workshop, 1 screening, and 1 screening with the projects from the members, and another one with works by more known established filmmakers. For this project, actually, it was great because we could use material and produce film and produce works. Later on, there's also this project called 9 Labs, and basically it's based on the exchange of film programs with other labs from the world. And so we got some people invited to the Filmware Platz, like Nicolas, also Labor Berlin, the lab from Austria, and also we are moving a little program from the Filmware Platz around some other places. The third project is called Community Art, and the main idea was to make public interventions with 16mm and move the projectors around and try to project images in the street. And actually this project is really funny because it kind of moved itself really far. Like they're having events like almost every 2 weeks. People is getting in touch with Judith, who is the main coordinator of this project, and yeah, they're just going around all the time. And the last project, which they are really busy working on now, it's called El Santo, and it's a feature film which is going to have 4 parts. Each part is going to be directed by one different person, and they're going to try to connect it all together, like the 4 roles. And the topic is about a community hero, imaginary community hero. So I think one of the members is working in the immigration, related to the immigration in the Netherlands. Another one is going to talk about music. So we're going to see how they connect all these different perspectives on this hero. So out of working in these 4 projects, I think the most interesting thing is that we got to collaborate together. We are influencing each other a lot. You go to the lab and you have the other members there working, so you're just checking out what people is doing, and you're learning from each other all the time. At the beginning of this new association, we had every month one screening with works from the members, but at some point, of course, after 3 or 4 screenings, we ran out of works, and then we switched to the 9 lab screenings. So still almost every month there's a screening. So until now, the association was around with membership for the last 2 years, but like we are still part of WORM, it wasn't really clear, if someone had to pay or not. So now there's been a recent change, and we're gonna become a registered association. So one of the members is in charge of giving the introduction workshops to the people who wants to join. So you can make an appointment, and they will teach you how to develop and how to use a Bolex. And later on, you can decide if you want to become a member, and you just sign in, and you can use the lab as any other person. We have like a Google calendar where you can see who's going to be when using the lab, and you can just pass by whenever you want. And more or less, as in Labor Berlin, you can always ask someone how to do something if you don't know, and probably there's always going to be someone willing to help. Yeah, I'm going to show some pictures. I don't know why it's not going through. Sorry, I don't use Mac. We've been also hosting lots of workshops in the Filmwareplatz. And it was great because you learn lots of techniques that otherwise you would never think about them, and later you can continue experimenting with them. So this is a workshop with Martha Colburn. She's an animator from the United States. Now she's based in Amsterdam. This is one of the screenings from the Side of Sound project. This was an action from the graffiti project in the Vita de Vitestrat festival. Like there's like this big main street in Rotterdam, and I think twice a year they make like a big party and everyone is in the street. So sorry, we took advantage of it and worked in some found footage, and we were projecting it on a shoe shop. This is part of a workshop we also did for the Side of Sound. We were hacking a monotron that is like a little synthesizer, and we were adding some light sensors so we could get some sort of visual soundtrack of our films. This is the monotron. This is the people from the lab in Vienna. They were recently showing a film program. This is Esther and Parisa talking about the future film El Santo. They made like a public presentation to get some feedback on the project. This is more graffiti. More graffiti. And this was great. This was the first workshop we did as a new collective with Makino Takashi. And well, now we are trying to get the people who's around Europe to the lab so we can follow the workshops. And this is a dark room, one of the dark rooms. We have like 2 dark rooms and 3 little rooms with editing machines, a contact printer, which is actually a hacked contact printer. It's not like the one in Lauer Berlin. It's just like a editing table with some black paper so that the light doesn't go through the film when you're copying it. Yeah, and that's all. Maybe I'm just going to quickly explain the films I brought. First of all, I'm going to show a film by Lin Chun Seng. It's called Balga. It's a black and white film from 2012. And she was really interested on the growth of a plant in Australia. So, well, you will see. Then I'm going to show a short film by YouTube Undermade, which is called New York. This is really interesting because she's using a pinhole camera, which we built on a workshop that Lisa Mar from the Eco Park Film Center taught in the Filmwerkplatz. So we built like a really simple 60mm camera out of 2 plastic boxes. Then the third film, it's a film I made in 2012. Then I'm going to show a film by Esther Urlus, which is called Roden Molen. And the last film is going to be by Dan de Bakker, and it's called Utrecht 234. And I also brought the first film I ever did, which was in 2010, and that's the reason why I got hooked to the Filmwerkplatz. And it's really simple, but I thought it was nice to see how everything evolved. That's it. I hope you enjoy the program.
Now we will have a little coffee break of 50 minutes, and then we go on for the next presentation. Thank you. So now we will continue with the presentation of Daichi Saito and Malena Schlam from the Double Negative, Montreal, Canada.
¿Podemos tener el proyector? Wow. Sí, Well,
it's okay. That was our manifesto.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they all look
Okay.
Well, it's okay.
So,
Just
so Double Negative started in 2004 with 12 Montreal-based filmmakers. Basically, we were friends and people we studied with, and we were able to start this group because we had a space, which we will show later on. Yeah, so this is sort of collage to show our space. Yeah, for some reason it's out of focus.
I think it's pixelated.
So this is, it's a residential loft building in the cultural center of Montreal, and we have this space. It's one open space of about 800 square feet, and then next to this space there's another open space that's about 800 square feet too, and there's a member of the group who lives there. So it's a living place, but part of the living space is used as a working studio, which is this one. And we share equipment and resources among members. So the way we started was when we had this space, it was a very dirty place. Like, we had to spend the whole summer to clean up the space and paint the floor, etc. And then bringing in equipment we had at that time. At that time, like, we didn't have much. Like, we had 2 steam decks, and we didn't have an optical printer, so we had small things. We started that way in 2004, and slowly we were able to accumulate analog equipment because people started donating equipment to us, or some equipment we purchased ourselves. And so this is today, like, we are quite equipped in terms of analog stuff. We have 2 JK optical printers and 1 Oxberry 35 optical printer that needs repair. So, like, we're not really using it, but the machine is there, taking up a lot of space. And we have 4 steam decks, 3 of which are dual steam decks, so you can use it for 35 and 16. And some of them came from the National Film Board of Canada. We got them for free. We have a contact printer. It's a Bell & Howell Model J printer for 60 millimeter. And we also have a small portable contact printer that we use to like tabletop contact printer we used to use before getting the real, like big contact printer. We also have an animation stand, which is not a Oxberry animation stand. It's another one called the 4Ox stand, which is made for duplication for slide, like still photos, 35 still photos. So it wasn't made for motion pictures. So there's some registration problem. It's not very stable, so we're using it. There's a 35mm camera for the animation stand, but because of the problem with registration, we're not able to use it. So we decided to put a Bolex camera on the camera outside on the body of the camera, so we could use it as a 16mm animation stand. So so we have that, and it's not shown in the photo, but we have a lot of projectors. We have a portable 35mm projector, a lot of 16mm projectors of different models, Super 8 projectors, and lots of other things that you need to work on film.
Can I interject?
Sure, yeah, please.
I wanted to specify that we don't really work as a lab, like strictly speaking. It's mostly like a studio-based space where some people come and make their work. We don't have a proper lab, as we saw from our colleagues. We wish. We're trying to go towards that direction. So we actually use the bathroom located in the space, nearby space of the main studio. Most of the way we have been functioning, it's quite organic. Roles between people has been fluctuating, and they always come out of initiative. We haven't still kind of structure the group, having a very specific roles. So these roles really come much from like a spontaneous reaction towards our needs, etc. And we have been developing not only studio-based work, but also disseminating artworks from Canada and from Europe and from the States mostly, showcasing and collaborating with different venues, Cinémathèque Québécoise or Excentrice, Cinema Excentrice. We don't have a fixed venue where to showcase work. So it has been a sort of like a movable entity in some way, but with base on this studio.
At the beginning, when we started in 2004, the first few years, we would have screenings at this place next door. So this is a living space. It's in fact it's my apartment. Disclosure. So we would set up a projector in the mezzanine space where I sleep usually, and the other side would set up a screen. It's actually a kitchen space, but like, we clear up the space and set up chairs, and we could accommodate about 40 people in the space, and even have a bar corner in the back, etc., and sell beer to cover some of the expenses. And this is a photo taken when we had David Gatten's, not David Gatten's screening, but there was another screening we organized when we invited David Gatten. And it was another, was it Loop Collective? Yeah, another collective in Toronto called Loop Collective, and we showcased their work here. And so the several times that we would do this kind of informal screenings, and for some screenings it was like very good. For example, we projected Stan Brackage's songs here, and this is the kind of space that works perfectly for 80mm film, like very intimate space, sort of salon type screening. But then gradually we started having shows outside real cinemas, Cinémathèque Québécoise, Eccentric, it's art house cinema in Montreal, and different venues. So we became sort of roaming micro cinema sort of entity for the screening activities. Yeah, this is a National Film Board cinema. That must have been our screen. So yeah, this is one of the early stuff we did. It's a Ken Jacobs. So these are flyers, posters of screening events. We make our posters and flyers ourselves. And some members who are good at designing flyers, who are interested in making flyers, like design this stuff. That's Bruce McClure. Sometimes like we make silk screen posters. This is one we had a guy showing, and it's actually a silk screen poster that we made. This was a long time ago, our own screening we had in Cinema Parallel. Is an art house cinema. It's just another screening, early days, so practice screening. Yeah, stuff like that. So this is from France, a group called the Letna. It's also a group somewhat like us, I guess. Nikki Hamlin. So we try to have regular screenings and often international work because we want the Montreal audience to be exposed to different things outside of Montreal or Quebec. But we were doing it without money for many years, so without funding. So we would pitch in money and try to do screenings like that with no funding. This is Super 8 event that we've been doing for several times. And at the beginning, it was a sort of political or ideological, or whatever you call it, decision not to rely on government funding. And because we wanted to create a space that's autonomous, and autonomous in financial sense as well, and we don't have to worry about grant application and final reports and doing activities that would conform to the expectations of the arts councils, etc. So we sort of refused to take that path, and that kind of prevented us from of course, doing more events or activities or expand our organizations. So it created a little bit of limitations.
Well, in the way it works, the funding in Canada, it basically it gave a big limitation in getting operational grants. So after 10 years of existence, you know, there are certain, I mean, concretely, you have to have money to develop certain infrastructure in terms of running a lab, etc. So I think in some way that was in certain way like something that has made the process like more slow, no, in terms of running a more expanded lab and a studio space.
Yeah, so I mean, after years of like not having any money, I think we got softer and like more flexible somewhat. So we realized if we wanted to do what we really want to do, we do need financial support. And you know, we don't even have a proper dark rooms, like we're using the bathroom, like using bathtub, etc. And there's no operational funding either, so we cannot like really expand. We cannot rent a bigger space to accommodate more people, for example. That's all because we don't have money in many ways. So we sort of decided in last few years to try to get like real funding, operational funding from government agencies. And so that we can actually set up a real dark room and a larger space. For example, we have 2 very good developing machines for film development, but they're in storage because there's no space to put them at a place. So that's a kind of new development.
And this event that I mentioned before is that, well, it's called One Take Super 8 event. It's not really one take. It's free and
Well,
it's
in camera, is it?
Yeah, I mean it's said one take, but it can be many takes. Anyway, and it's basically it's a interesting event because it has been keeping alive in some way, producing some work, and Super 8 in Montreal is it's basically an open call, first come, first serve. We give cartridges of unexposed film, and people shoot their film, and we process the film. And the opening night is basically the first night people see the film. So it's quite like people is kind of nervous, of course, because there are some people, that doesn't get their film how they expected. There are surprises as well. And this has been keeping running for a few years in different cities, actually, also in Canada.
So this, for example, this is like last year. We were able to do a series of screenings inviting artists. This was the first time we actually got an Arts Council grant for this project, but it's not an operational. Yeah, so the logo is there. It's not the operational grant, so we cannot use it to maintain the group, but for projects. And usually it's for individual, one single project. But we made a series of 7 different events and presenting it as this is one event on interrelated things. And we got the money, so we are able to really do it well, planned well, and treat artists very well. Yeah, pay proper fees and all that. That's why we're very happy we could do that. Yeah. So the new development for Double Negative in the past 2 years is a project called Caban 77, Caban 77, and we decided to work with some other organizations in Montreal. One of them is called Epopée. It's a group of they're not filmmakers actually, a group of video makers, very very politically oriented, very edgy political group, making very political video works, and they're very prolific people. It was initiated by a filmmaker called Roderick Jean, who used to make dramatic feature films, and got sort of sick of working in that system of feature filmmaking world. So he stopped, and then he started making documentary film, working with male prostitutes in Montreal, and made a wonderful long 2-hour documentary about them. And then after he finished this documentary project, he continued working with those people who were in the film, basically male prostitutes on the street, and teaching them how to shoot, how to film, and how to act in the film. So they started making their own films, acting in their films, with help from Rodrigue and some other people, professional editor and cinematographer. So this initiative became Epopée, this group. sort of a collective. And we're working with this group and another group called Ocean, which is a cinema magazine, like an online review for cinema. So the three organizations, Double Negative and Epopee and Ocean, got together to start this project, Cabane 77, which is the purpose of it is to take over an abandoned building almost right next to where Double Negative is, which you see the building in the back. It's just a garage, really worn down garage space, but it's very, very large, and metal structure is pretty solid. So if we renovate, we can have a very nice space. It's 10,000 square feet space.
And this started like 2 years ago, and basically it started out of need, because we feel we feel in some way like Montreal is in decay in certain perspective regarding cinema. Many cinemas closed down a few years ago. There is a strong interest in digital media, also a little bit related with tourism in some way. And a lot of funding is going towards Centre-Ville, like downtown. But there is this kind of access in the city, which is this street called Saint Laurent. And there are many small venues. Some of these venues running interesting music experimental festivals, like Suoni per Popolo. And in some way, well, this building is located very nearby the street. So in terms of urbanism, it's quite interesting, no? And it's kind of pulling out and decentering the culture that is happening in Montreal. We feel we need a cinema. We feel we need a larger space. We need a lab. So we started trying to make things in like a more probably conventional way, because we started working with another group that at some point it dropped off. And finally, out of Epopee initiative, I think they were really like pushing towards this idea. We took over the building and we started doing some screening events. Basically not inside the building to avoid problems, but in the garden, basically, and it's next to the train tracks.
So basically, we sort of like publicly declared that we took the place, although we have no rights whatsoever to use that building. It belongs to the city, and we would break inside, and we did some big cleaning, and we got stopped by the police, saved by the mayor of the neighborhood, etc. And so we're not still able to do events inside because it's considered unsafe, and you have to go through a lot of bureaucracy, red tape, in order to be able to do anything inside a building. But we sort of said like that's our building because no one wants it, and the city is not doing anything. They've been wanting to use the building as a storage space for concrete pipes or something like that, but they never did it. So if it's available, no one's using it, we propose something to make it meaningful for the community. So a series of outdoor screenings that we started doing since last summer is a sort of like manifestation to make ourselves known.
And there is another thing, because
just to send out messages.
There is another important, when I was talking about this decade, Concordia University, which is one of the few universities in Montreal, closed down also. Well, they have the cinema school, but they are not teaching any more analog cinema since
last year.
And they have an enormous, I mean, they have so much equipment, but it seems to be in a very hidden place. So also the idea of Cabane 77 is to create an alternative place for learning, for education.
So what the actual film school cannot teach, like we could teach, and as an alternative option, and for students at the film school, like who thought like they could work on film and get disappointed because they don't do it anymore, and they could come to us and do whatever they want on film. So that's sort of a vision we have and create a sort of a school, like alternative school. If we get a building, that would be possible. So these are images from outdoor screenings we did last summer.
So we're gonna show now one Super 8 film and one 16mm film, both well, all made at the studio.
That's your work.
Yeah, it's my work. The first film is all edited in camera, Ektachrome, Super 8 film, and the second film, actually, it's the first time I'm gonna show it in this context and. Yeah, in this context. Basically, well, both films are original Ektachrome. I don't have prints of the 16. The 16mm is all hand processed, and it's basically it's using optical printer, the optical printer, and edited on the optical printer. There is no further editing to it. It was done for film performances. I presented in Europe and in Montreal. So we're going to be kind of looking at rushes, can we call it that way? Or, I don't know.
The material
segments,
for
like very raw material. But I thought it was good to show in this context, in this meeting, this work. So. We can turn off the projector or.
Now we will continue with the presentation of Nicolas Rey from L'Abominable, Paris, France.
Hello. Yeah. Okay, I'll try to be short. L'Abominable was created in 1996 by a group of 10 filmmakers that had been working in Atelier MTK in Grenoble before, and that were living in the Paris area. And our way of operation is quite similar to the other labs in the sense that were presented today, that in the sense that we don't do service, we're a space where filmmakers can join and come and learn how to do their own work on film using the tools that we set up. And the lab is run on a collective basis. Of course, since 1996, we have seen a lot of changes in the lab and outside the lab, with the disappearing of many commercial labs around Paris. In terms of the tools we started with hand processing Super 8 and 16 millimeter, and then 16 millimeter editing table, and small Super 8 16 optical printer, and then an animation stand in 16, and then a contact printer in 16. And then there was one big step, which was starting to use machines to process the film, processors, first in color and then in black and white, and later we found 35 millimeter equipment, contact printer, editing table, projectors, and another big step was finding a sound camera to make the optical soundtracks in 16 millimeter first, and then in 35, and a 35 optical printer, and tools to go from digital to film, and to go from film to digital, that we built ourselves for Super 8 and 16. So today, it's a very complete lab, I must say. In terms of space, we were first in a damp basement near Paris for almost no rent, where we stayed for 15 years before we got evicted. And since 2.5 years, we are in a former industrial kitchen size, kitchen space that belongs to a city next to Paris called La Courneuve. So the lab now is much larger and well organized than it used to be in our crazy basement. But we had to deal with the fact that this is not a permanent space. It's for another few years before the building will one day be destroyed, and we have to move again, which will be painful. So the lab is very busy, of course. It's about 30 to 40 new members we take every year. Even though it's quite a lot, in a sense, there's a waiting list of over a year to become a member, because there's so few places today for filmmakers that want to keep working on film to do so. It's very simply. And that's true for experimental filmmakers, but all other kinds of filmmakers that would think it has meaning for them to work on film. So we're just finishing the crazy job of making a catalog that has information of on every single piece of work that we could trace over the last 18 years that were made with the help of L'Abominable, and that catalog will soon be online on our small, tiny website. And it will be accompanied by a few texts about the history of the lab in French and English. That will be much more detailed than what I can say today, so you can check it out and you can subscribe to be informed on the website if you want to know when it's online. Today I brought 3 films. We're reaching the point where we make sound 16mm sound prints in the lab, and on a more and somewhat regular basis now. And so I'll be showing 3 10-minute or so films that were finished in the past 6 months. Yeah, we're dealing. We're maybe not with the quality you could expect from a commercial lab, but with another, like every other piece of film that was shown today, with the other quality that it was crafted from beginning to end by the filmmaker itself, with the help of other fellow filmmakers. So the 3 films I brought are Maya Corcuta Back to Earl Street, that recently was prized at Oberhausen Film Festival. So the film is in Greek with English subtitles. A film by a Colombian filmmaker named Camilo Restrepo, and that film is in Spanish, so you can enjoy it in Spanish if you speak Spanish. And it has subtitles also. And a film by 2 French filmmakers, Anaïs Ibert and Victor de las Heras, called Folia, and that has no dialogue, so it's for everybody. Thank you very much, and enjoy.
Ο κόσμος να γίνει εικόνα. Αυτή θα είναι η τελευταία ζωή των ανθρώπων. Να του σκεπάσει μια εικόνα.
Τον άγγελο τον περιμέναμε προσιωμένοι 3 χρόνια, κοιτάζοντας πολύ κοντά τα πέφτια του γερό άστρο. Ανοίγοντας την κόψη τελετρίου ή του καραβιού την καρένα, ψάχναμε να βρούμε πάλι το πρώτο σπέρμα για να ξαναρχίσει το πανάδορο πράγμα.
Είμαι 29 χρονών. Τον Οκτώβριο του 1965 ένα βράδυ αποφάσισα να πεθάνω. Τότε έγινε ησυχία. Ακούμπησα το κεφάλι στον κορμό της πιστικιάς και έγειρα το κεφάλι αναπαυμένος. Φανταχτερές καλοκαιριάτικες προκυμαίες. Στις στενές ανηφόρες από χαμηλά με κοίταζαν ακίνητα και σκοτεινά παιδιά. Μετά μερικές μέρες σηκώθηκα και έφυγα στο Παρίσι. Επέστρεφε συχνά και παίρνουμε αγαπημένη αίσθηση. Επέστρεφε και παίρνουμε.
Φέραμε πίσω. Αυτά ήταν άλλοι, οι αστέχνης ταπεινής.
Πιστεύω στην υγρασία της νύχτας, στα κάλματα που ταξιδεύουν μέρα νύχτα μέσα σε δαπανηρές συσκευασίες και στα κλειστά παλάτια εργοστασίων που απελούν. Πιστεύω στη λιτανία των αυτοκινήτων, στα νευρικά σφυρίγματα ενός εγκαταδεδειμένου αστήφυλακα και στην οσμία από σελίδες άκοπες των σχολικών βιβλίων. Πιστεύω στις ποιητικές ανθολογίες, στις διαφημίσεις σταυρομαχιών του 35 και στα σημάδια του κορμού σου που φανερώνουν έρωτα. Τέλος, πιστεύω στο θάνατο της μνήμης και στην Ανάσταση των επιθυμιών εν μέσω όρων διασενιών και ιακής. Και τούτο εγένετο αμήν.
Ένας μπαξές γεμάτος αίμα είναι ο ουρανός και λίγο χιόνι. Έσφιξα τα σκυλιά μου. Πρέπει και πάλι να ελέγξω τα αστέρια. Εγώ, κληρονόμος πουλιών. Πρέπει έστω και με σπασμένα φτερά να πετάω.
Γύριζε στους δρόμους ο τρελός λαγός, γύριζε στους δρόμους, ξέφευγε απ' τα σύρματα ο τρελός λαγός, έπεφτε στις λάσπες. Φέγγαν τα χαράματα ο τρελός λαγός, άνοιγε η νύχτα, στάζαν αίμα οι καρδιές ο τρελός λαγός, έφεγγε ο κόσμος. Βούρκωναν τα μάτια ο τρελός λαγός, βρίσκονταν η γλώσσα, βόλκαε μαύρο έντομο ο τρελός λαγός, θάνατος στο σώμα. Ας υποθέσουμε πως δεν έχουμε φτάσει στο μαύρο αδιέξοδο, στην άβυσσο του νου. Ας υποθέσουμε πως ήρθανε τα δάση με αυτοκρατορική εξάρτηση πρωινού θριάμβου, με πουλιά, με το φως του ουρανού και με τον ήλιο όπου θα τα διαπεράσει. Ας υποθέσουμε πως είμαστε εκεί πέρα, σε χώρες άγνωστες της Δύσης, του Βορρά. Ενώ πετούμε το παλτό μας στον αέρα, οι ξένοι βλέπουνε περίεργα το βάρος. Ας υποθέσουμε πως δεν έχουμε φτάσει από εκατοδρόμους στα όρια της γης και ας τραγουδήσουμε. Το τραγούδι να μοιάσει νοικητήριο σάλπισμα, ξέσπασμα κραυγής, τους πύρους δαίμονες στα έγκατα της γης και ψηλά τους ανθρώπους να διασκεδάσει.
Carrera San Félix, Carrera San Martín, Carrera Santander. Aquí todas las calles tienen nombre de batalla o de guerrero. Artigas, Balboa, Pichincha, Sucre, Córdoba, el más joven y hallazgo de los Renales. gran Bolívar, cuya gloria crece como crece la sombra cuando el sol declina. Soy el carro del diablo. Las calles por donde ando tienen nombres de vivos y de muertos. Lo que es la misma cosa al fin y al cabo. El viento comienza a agitarse. Es el trópico en plena forma que se infla y no espera un minuto para derramarse en lluvias y granizo. A él solo se resume toda acción. Sin fatiga, saca enseguida su sol.
Aquí básicamente esperaremos carros. Aquí terminamos la hora de destrucción que comienza la gente en las calles.
Cada día somos más y llegamos a tu casa y no dejo pensar. Ya que tú
De los primeros temas que hizo Ariel Figú, el romántico, ya no es que joropo de su autoría, para Felipe de Dionizar y familia. Llanura, aquí está tu hijo.
Ninguna preocupación nos apura, porque aquí todo es olvido o repetición, lo que es la misma cosa al fin y al cabo. Es mediodía en punto, por ende que ningún objeto acuesta su sombra. Una línea vertical se dibuja entre un mundo que avanza y otro que espera. Yo soy la línea.
So before we will start the question and answer session, we would like to present you a new lab which is in progress right now in Barcelona. It's called Crater Lab, and its founding members, Luis Macias and Adriana Villa, will present it to you now.
Buenos días, gracias por venir. De lo primero, agradecer al S8, a su director Ángel Rueda y al equipo este evento y la oportunidad de participar en él y bueno, de presentar este nuevo proyecto que nace en Barcelona de un laboratorio, de un espacio de creación para el trabajo en fílmico. Voy a hablar en español. Bueno, no sé si tú quieres.
I have to translate everything he says. Yes. Well, we wanted to thank Ángel and all the crew of S8 because this is a really important thing going on for us, and I think also for Spain to be able to have this meeting here. And to be able to invite and share with other experiences. No sé qué más dijiste.
Sí, bueno, es lo primero que queríamos como hablar antes de hablar del laboratorio es el por qué, supongo, ¿no? ¿Por qué surge un nuevo laboratorio en Barcelona? Y supongo en el momento en el que se encuentra, ¿no? la dificultad para filmar, para revelar, para el proceso de la creación en formato cine y en otro formato y bueno.
We wanted to say 2 words about why this is something needed in Spain and in particular in Barcelona, and because of the fact of the needs also of filming and processing.
Y bueno, la idea de formar un laboratorio surge pues en principio era la idea de crear un espacio de creación a partir de, bueno, no sé si quieres hacerlo tú mejor. Sí.
Well, initially we wanted to have a space that was also a need in Barcelona, an independent space in some way, where we could create not only ourselves but a lot of filmmakers or artists that work with film in Barcelona. And we started working together with our common project in Crater, doing film performances, and that took us to travel around the United States, and we visited several places, like ATA in San Francisco, Millennium in New York, and Echo Park in Los Angeles. And we absorbed from these spaces the fact that it could be possible, even with not many resources, and especially to make a space and to do what we actually wanted to do. And after that, we came back to Barcelona. We had this opportunity to do it in the United States, and it's strange because we're in Spain, but we haven't had the opportunity to do it in Europe. And actually, that's also why for us it's important to get in contact with other places where this is going on. So we got in our heads the idea of creating an open space for other people to come in and bring also experience and create from the beginning to the end of the process, no? From the idea to the filming and the processing, and also the copying of the film, and also to have a space where to screen. That is normally not easy in cities or where there's big institutions that decide this, no? And when you don't have the possibility to screen in big institutions, well, it has historically always been in an underground way, you know. And so we decided to do this crazy thing at the beginning to start with our own possibilities in a place, to get a place, but we couldn't afford living in another place and also paying for a space. So we found this place in Barcelona where we live, and we created our lab to create our own work, at least to start over. And it's been 3 years. Bueno, ¿tú quieres agregar alguna cosa?
Sí, bueno, una cosa importante por lo que iniciaba la idea de que hemos contactado con otras comunidades, hemos estado absorbiendo ideas de comunidades como la de Milén, bueno, en otros sitios, incluso bueno, cuando hemos estado en Rotterdam, en World, es este vacío, creo que necesidad que nosotros sentimos de una comunidad cinematográfica, de realizadores, de artistas, hablo de España, pero en concreto de Barcelona, creo que se puede trasladar a toda España, aunque hay pequeños focos, como creo que aquí en Galicia precisamente creo que hay una pequeña comunidad que dialoga entre sí.
So at the beginning we had this sensation of absence of community work, of cooperation and community around the experimental filmmaking in Spain, and particularly also in Barcelona, and also visiting when we went to Worm in Rotterdam, we felt this also a lot stronger. No, this real community working there together. So this, with the time, it has been getting stronger and stronger, and we also have decided to make that step, no, somehow.
Y luego otra influencia muy fuerte que tuvimos a la hora de decidir crear un espacio de creación es los contactos que tuvimos con otra mostra de Super 8 que se hace en Barcelona, que es una mostra totalmente amateur, en la que un grupo de amigos que les gusta el cine y salen a filmar los domingos y van a comer y filman en Super 8 y revelan, inventan sus máquinas de telecine y tanques que crean ellos mismos. Y durante 3 años han creado una mostra en la que era pantalla abierta, presentaban películas de realizadores amateur, de familiares, luego un par de años incluyeron piezas experimentales. Y fue muy enriquecedor ver cómo sin ningún tipo de pretensión ni artística, ni económica, ni comercial y sin ninguna ayuda, pues conseguían hacer una mostra año tras año, estar en contacto ellos todas las semanas filmando, enseñándose en un foro que hay colgando métodos de revelado, experimentaciones, inventos, ¿no? Y para terminar, y este cúmulo de ideas es lo que nos lleva un poco a arrancar este proyecto.
Well, in Barcelona there's also a Super 8 amateur Mostra, ¿cómo se dice? Very small event, festival, organized by amateur filmmakers. And it's been for 3 years going on. And it's with no pretension, simply a moment of the year where they put together all the amateur films in Super 8. And they also have a small community where they normally just get together and shoot and process and see what they have been doing, but with no artistic or filmic pretension. And for 3 years, actually, they have been doing this, and we have been getting in contact with them and being part of also of this community. And we felt that this was also very inspiring, because it's not only the line of the creation with an intention, but also just departing from the amateur and the loving of what you are doing. So the combination of all these facts were inspiring for us, and also getting to know the Film Lab network, where we obviously would like to start over with all that network, how it works, and the kind of support that you give in between yourselves. So, well, it all started a little bit with the space, but also thinking that we want to get out of individual work and go out to putting together people that are working very hard in an individual way, and it is already hard to do in a collective way. So just trying to put that together, we decided to make this like a point where to start, because the space is already there. It's not a huge space, but it has already a base for it. And we have also started processing since 2 years. Bueno, que digo que ya, que ahora te traduzco, que ya tenemos un poco el espacio, ¿no? Como punto de partida, y que hemos empezado a revelar también. Unas fotos, sí. Sí, la verdad que puedo pasar algunas fotos. Well, this is the space, and well, in this lower part, we have been doing also some screenings, small screenings for friends and friends, and in the back part is where we process. It's also close to the bathroom, and we just do what we can, but the idea is also to make that in condition to process better. And on the up part, we have kind of like another working space, and see, we have some projects for that also. This is the working space on top. And well, the idea is also to use the space for small screenings, for workshops, and in the way to actually make that collective grow, to make people get in contact with all this and share the passion somewhere. Well, these are some small events we have been doing. Sí,
bueno, decir que Crater Lab, como Crater Lab, no está oficialmente inaugurado, pero digamos que llevamos tiempo haciendo algunos eventos, un grupo de amigos que programamos algunos eventos, proyección, performance, concierto, hemos hecho un par de cositas y bueno, digamos que ahora en septiembre pensamos abrir el espacio, digamos, oficialmente con los 4 miembros que en principio somos y que está abierto a nuevas incorporaciones de miembros, colaboradores y y participantes y demás.
Yes, this has all been like kind of informal from our own creator, not as a lab, an official lab or anything. That's what we would like to start to do from September. And well, we are now 4 members, other 2 filmmakers, experimental filmmakers that are Oriol Sanchez y Peregrinar from Barcelona. And well, the idea is this has been all in an informal way, but just to take it into another, as experience that can help us also understand what could work better. And these are also some machines we have had in the place.
Yes, we have some machines for shooting, Molex camera, Super 8 camera, to have an optical printer and transformer for digital printer, JK, and we have some Lomo tanks of 15 meters and 13 meters. We process in some various formats, 8, Super 8, 9.5, 16, 55, and some tests in 17 millimeter. También estamos esperando que nos van a ceder una máquina para kinescopar.
Yes, we are. We are waiting to receive a machine also for kinescopy. Yeah. These are some tests with the optical printer. This is actually, if you were here on Thursday, the performance we did, Equinox, was completely filmed and processed by us, and we also did copies with the optical printer, because in each performance our loops die, so we have to do copies for each performance. And this is part of what we've been working on. These are some research of the optical printer. This is 70. This is not ours yet, but we will receive it soon. It's coming soon. This is a 16.
Y esta es una moviola de 16 milímetros que el otro día nos confirmaron que nos regalaban, pero que habrá que hacer un duro trabajo para ponerla en funcionamiento. Pero nos parece curioso porque el otro día nos preguntaban, cuando nos entrevistaban para Metrópoli, nos preguntaban que no, el momento del cine y esta creación de un nuevo laboratorio, y les comentaba decíamos que es interesante porque ahora recuperamos los descartes que no quiere la industria y que queda ahora en manos de los artistas, ¿no?
And somehow the fact that industry is collapsing helps, because if labs are closing, then artists and filmmakers can maybe get that material that before it was impossible or a lot more expensive. So it's like time to really get on all this stuff and use it somehow. So, yo creo que ya no.
Sí, quería comentar una cosita más. El funcionamiento, tenemos una idea de funcionamiento para el espacio, y es en formato de residencia, en el que ponemos a disposición de personas interesadas en realizar un proyecto, tanto el espacio como la maquinaria que tenemos y la maquinaria que vayamos adquiriendo.
We would like also to take the idea of creating residencies in the space, in the way so people can come and develop a concrete project, or even not only from Barcelona but from the outside. That it's not really easy, and to create this concrete project developing and
La residencia puede ser de un día para venir y revelar un carrete y llevártelo a casa. Puede ser de una semana, puede ser, en principio estaba pensado para gente de Barcelona o gente de España y bueno.
Well, we have a lot of questions actually for the people that have already the experience. So I think it would be a good moment to ask for them. And for us, it's just the beginning of something that we still don't know well, but we think it could work with good intentions behind it. So, ellos que vengan, ¿no? A hacer un poco de... Gracias.
Gracias.
So now we will move on to the question and answer session. We put some chairs here and come over. Juan, Daichi, Malena, Nicola.
Sí.
Sí. Hola. Sí.
¿Sí?
Solo una... Allí.
So if you have any questions, you can ask them.
And how easy it was for you to get equipment? Because it seems very difficult to get like some equipment here in Spain donated by institutions because they don't want to really give up anything. So I was just wondering.
Well, it's probably easier in some places where there's more equipment to begin with, you know, where there's a number of labs that were existing. I don't think we weren't given equipment very much, but we were there when it was thrown out on the street or but buying them from auctions, and you know, you have to look around, and it's a big part of the work. It's true, but it's not a question of money. But now it will be a question of time, because it's true that especially for 16 millimeter equipment is disappearing for good this time.
Bueno, el equipo que tenemos nosotros es nuestro equipo personal de los miembros y equipo que vamos a ir, que bueno, ahora nos han cedido dos moviolas, una de 35 y otra de 16 y bueno, esperamos seguir consiguiendo equipos, adquiriéndolos de alguna manera, pero no contamos con ningún fondo ni ayuda de momento ni está previsto.
Well, just fastly. What we have, it's because we have been doing the absolutely crazy thing of buying in time and looking for all these things. But this is a very important question also for us to know from all you, how has that worked out for the members and for the continuing also of the lab. each time you acquire something new or you have to put together money, because most of it you can receive it as a donation, but not all the time you invest in that, or you decide to invest in that, or the members decide to do it. How do you solve that? How do you maintain also this equipment, because it's not easy to maintain, and sometimes in our case we have to send it out Barcelona also to make it repaired, and that's heavy. So if you can also talk about how that works in your labs.
I'm not very sure actually how Esther got all the material that it's in the filmwork plats, but for example nowadays we're still getting mails from particular people, from particulars who have at their places like Super 8 editing machines and plenty of projectors, and they don't want them, and they know the firmware plat, so they just drop a line and say, hey, we have this, do you want it? And it also exists this website called Marktplatz, and it's some sort of eBay, let's say, but people is giving things for free, so you just need to go and pick them up wherever they are and bring them back to your lab.
Well, in the case of Double Negative, some of the members purchased equipment. Some of them, they were not members, and they became members in need of having a space, actually. And since we had the studio became this sort of place where people could have their equipment and use them. In other case, it has been donations from the university or some particulars. Yeah, we had some donations. And then in other case, we have purchased equipment from particulars that were not using anymore the equipment and they wanted to sell it.
Well, in terms of universities, it's actually, in Canada, it's very difficult to get inherit equipment from universities because of the whole bureaucracy of the academia. So it's harder to get, even though the film school in Montreal, they have a lot of equipment that they never use, and if we had them, we could make use of them, but they don't. They're very reluctant to give away what they have. Individual filmmakers, for example, Steambex, film editors, professional editors who used to edit on Steambex, but they stopped, so they don't need machines, and often we get phone calls from those people asking if we wanted them, so we go pick them up. And luckily, we have in Montreal, there's the National Film Board of Canada, federal government institution for film, and they're sort of like slowly phasing out film stuff. So often they get rid of equipment, and so they also call us because they know us, and so we get stuff from them as well. And like Malena said, the rest is some machines belong to certain members of the collective, and we basically share equipment, many cameras and printers and stuff like that, projectors as well.
Yeah, I think for us it's very similar to what Daichi said, what Nicola said, what everybody said. You just sort of try to find equipment. The only other thing is that for us, we've also been able to kind of share or get equipment from some other labs in the network. Like I said, our contact printer came from L'Abominable. They've also helped us with a lot of equipment for a machine that they weren't using, so they would send the parts to us. And that has sort of worked a little bit in the Film Labs network. Especially when labs are closer to each other, there's been always talks of if a certain professional lab is going out or if a machine is available somewhere, there's always a possibility of getting it, if whoever can sometimes. So we got a developing machine also from Ledna, this other space in Paris that they weren't using. And then it was more of organizing transportation and figuring out how to get things. But yeah, it's like they said, it's just paying attention and communicating with the other labs. And we have this email list where we post when things happen. It could be equipment, it could be chemistry is another thing that we've shared in the past. Some chemicals are harder to find in some places, so when people travel, like one time Etienne from MTK in France was traveling to Berlin and he brought a bunch of chemicals that we needed and things like that. Yeah, repairing is a big problem. Up to now, that was part of, like, we had a lab meeting 2 days ago, and that was part of the discussion. It's still ongoing to try to find a person that would come and help us do maintenance. Another thing that interests us more is actually someone that would come and teach us how to fix certain machines. We have a sort of lead now with a person that works at ANDEC, the professional lab in Berlin, is also become a member of our lab, and he knows the person that services his machines. So we're going to try to talk to that person to come to our lab as well. It's supposed to be like an old German guy who's been doing that forever. So that's one option. But other than that, yeah, we have a problem. We have machines that are broken, and we have to let them sit until somebody figures out how to get them to work. And some other are like ongoing projects, like that optical printer. That was a guy who had that in his house, was doing that. He had his own personal artist stuff, doing that for his own work. And he moved to Korea, and he gave it to us, but it's kind of in pieces, so we have to start from zero, kind of. I don't know, how do you repair?
In Montreal, we have some people who can repair film equipment, and so in a way we are lucky. Montreal has some resources in that respect, but we'd like to be able to fix by ourselves many things, but I think the best is to have a mechanical engineer in the collective, and but so we have to. We could fix simple things for steam bags and stuff, and there's some people who could who would come to our place to fix equipment, and at the same time we are there and like trying to learn how they do, so we could do it by ourselves. Yeah, but a couple of people. We're dependent on a couple of people who wouldn't charge us a lot of money because they know the way we function.
We also function in a similar way. Actually, one of our members is, well, someone called Erwin, and he's been working for the Rotterdam Film Festival for many years, so he's kind of experienced, and then he's taking care of the projectors and some other machines, but also, as Juan said, there are other machines that when they break, we're just kind of waiting to figure out who knows how to fix them.
Bit of the same story. So yeah, it's important to have someone among the group that can do that kind of things. And yeah, luckily we have that person, a couple like this, but it's a matter of sharing also the information, and we tried to put a lot of documentation on filmlabs.org on the technical section, so that all the other labs could profit from a lot of things that were gathered among the different labs in the network. And that's already a tool, and trying to share the knowledge is a question. There's every now and then there's a lab meeting that is that happens, and the next one should happen in Nantes, in Mir, with the collaboration of Filmwerkplatz and Labor Berlin next year or so, and we were discussing already having also technical workshops or things that it's important that the network has that issue in mind, of course.
Is your film inspired by the experience of working with the collective?
Yeah, I just realized when I was watching it that I think I might have done that after being part of the collective and the experience of it, because yeah, it's very much, especially in Berlin, I think very few of the people that are actually in the lab were friends before they became part of it. When I came into it, I didn't know anybody there, and that's how we've been functioning. So it wasn't a sort of like group of friends, like maybe, I mean, maybe that's how you guys started, but it's kind of been, and the way the structure functions, everybody comes in and everybody brings their own thing, and it's supposed to be horizontal, it's supposed to be completely open, and everybody has the same say, so the process of making decisions can be very interesting and very, can also be very embattled and stuff like that, but I think, I think that maybe that's what I was in the back of my head, maybe that was in there, but yeah, that's a big part of, at least for us, what's important about the, and I think for most of the members, and we make it very clear when people come that we want, it's not just a space where you work and just leave, but that you really should try to be engaged with the lab and help it keep going and be a part of that, and more than just like, that's my studio and I go there to work. Some people use it that way and it's fine, but we really try to encourage that you get involved and try to do more for the whole thing, because it's always a work in progress. Like all the spaces you saw, everything is a work in progress. Yeah.
Okay. So, as some of you know, because I've presented myself, I'm just starting a master on Super 8 film made today, contemporary Super 8. In Brazil, and we don't have much, we don't have like labs or experiences, and it would be great to start some. So my questions will be kind of directed for my interest in my thesis. So one is, have you thought about making your own negatives in doing, creating the negative itself? The other thing is, do you make your own chemicals or do you buy them ready? And the other thing is, it seems to me, watching the films you showed today, that you really take advantage of all the physical aspects of the film, the analog film, and the materiality of it. And it seems to me that this, and also the freedom of creation when you process yourself and you're part of the whole process of making the film, and also because of the fact that sometimes it's unexpected, the result. Well, this kind of three reasons seems to me the reason why you would choose to make films with analog today, even though it's so hard to find it and to pay for it, blah blah blah. So I would like to know if it makes sense, if that's what it is, and yeah, that's it.
Maybe I can just, the first part, I know that actually I can answer a little bit and then maybe give it to Nicola. There is actually a development in between these labs and the whole circle for some time now of making your own emulsion, which is what I think you were talking about, and that has been going on, and there's filmmakers that have made work in that style, made their own emulsion on 16, maybe even 35, and yeah, there's going to be, there's been workshops that have been, there was a lab meeting in Colorado last year. Part of that was a workshop into handmade emulsion. There was talk about it, and now there's going to be a sort of research gathering in Paris about it, so maybe.
Yeah, we decided to host a number of filmmakers from Canada, United States, and Esther from Rotterdam, and people from France, for a week on research on that subject of handmade emulsion for film, for motion picture. There's a number of filmmakers that have been experimenting and doing it, and we want to give them the lab for a week to exchange knowledge and invent new designs and help that practice grow. So it will be called the Maddox Seminary, and it will happen in late October, and yeah, this year. Yeah.
Maybe I can talk a little bit about the mistake or coincidence results. I don't know. I think we all learn from those mistakes, and sometimes you use them, sometimes you don't use them. I'm not sure if it's like the base why actually, at least I work with film. Yeah, like the film I showed, actually I used one of these mistakes, and once I found it, then I tried to learn how to use that coincidence and make it work, but it's not always like that.
I can add regarding chemicals. Actually, I was few years ago, I was in Chile. I'm from there originally, and I ran into these problems. I realized like South America in some way has a lot of limitations regarding accessing equipment, accessing chemistry. Kodak was mostly located in Argentina, but there has been in Brazil as well, but they have been like closing down some main stores. So over there, I ended up finding a lab that will process photography, and they will process lights. So I could have access to E6, and I start basically buying a pre-made chemistry from them. Which 1 year later, it happened the same in Montreal, because E6 stopped being produced as a small kit. So only was available in larger amounts, and we don't run a lab and that can basically sustain 100 liters of E6 chemistry. And I found a lab, a small lab that also is for photography in Montreal, and they will start selling me basically a couple of liters of E6 chemistry. And IT has been purchasing like more like powder and creating.
Yeah, in terms of chemicals, color reversal is a bit of a different story, but everything else, color negative, black and white reversal negative, it's very easy to get raw ingredients, and that's what I do usually, and it's the best way because it's cheaper than buying pre-made products. And also you can make your own, develop your own bleach, and you can simplify a lot of things like in the ingredients. So you know, if you look at the ingredients of a Kodak's developer, there are many things in it, but you only need a few of them actually to make it work. And those raw ingredients are not hard to find. For example, soap factory tend to have the same kind of chemicals. So actually, I purchased my raw chemicals from a soap factory in Toronto, and yeah, so you just order different ingredients, and it's cheap, and also it keeps long time as well, and you only use what you need for processing. So it lasts longer than having it in solution as well. And also I think it's a good practice because you will learn what each ingredient does actually, you know. So once you know that, you can control things, and you know, oh, like well, actually I don't need this, and like actually if I increase this one, like it becomes more contrasty and stuff like that. And it's very simple. So color, the only problem with color is that you need a color developing agents in powder that's, for example, made by Kodak. And the soap factories don't have those things. So you would have to get CD4, CD3, CD2, etc. So that's the only difficulty. But if you can source that, everything else can be purchased that way. So I recommend strongly.
Just quickly as a reference, Esther Urlus from the Filmwerkplatz made a really beautiful book about homemade emulsion. I can send you the reference if you want the email.
Also what Nicholas was saying about sharing knowledge, and we found this book in Warm, and it was, for us, it was incredible because it's a book that explains absolutely each thing you have to do to even experiment with other kinds of materials for processing, and also Esther is working on the creation of emulsion. So this is something that completes that freedom that we are looking for, not depend on the fact that maybe Kodak doesn't want to produce any more film, or and this that we want to process and do the complete circle of it and share that knowledge in the way that more people would like to do it, and make it possible that way.
So I think now we have to stop here because we are all hungry and we had a very long morning. And so thank you very, very much for coming. I hope it was useful for you, and thank you very much, all of you, to participate in this meeting, and thank you for bringing the copies and the film here so that we had the possibility to see some of the results of the work of the laboratories. And so I would also say that all of them are here today until tomorrow during the festival. So if you have any more questions, so don't hesitate to ask them if you see them around. So thank you for everything, and